Hello everyone, welcome to the stream and to another day in Azeroth, and thank you all very much for joining me. We are starting off in Loch Modan today because we have to do the Wetlands run. We are level 32, we have never done the Wetlands run yet, and thanks to the linear nature of questing in SOD. I got some wool cloth here. Okay, I'll take it, thank you so much. Much appreciated. We do have to work on some professions today, so that will help out. Mastermind X, thanks for being here. Dustin, good afternoon to you. Edward, good morning. Welcome to the stream. We've really got to work on fishing and first aid today. First aid, we have to learn heavy wool. Should be ready to learn heavy wool, unless we need to get to 125, I can't recall. If it's a 100 or 125 we need. But we need to do some fishing. I'm hoping we can do some fishing in the wetlands. I really don't know if our skill is going to be high enough, but we're going to find out. CNET, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream. Mendy, welcome and happy Thursday to you. Thanks so much for being here. I don't think I need any of the herbs here. Silverleaf we don't need. Peace Bloom we don't need. For our alchemy and for our herbalism we are past that. We need bruiseweed and briarthorn primarily. And we still need a little bit of mage royal, but also strangle kelp is kind of hard to come by. Usually you only find this out in the watery areas. Swift thistle. We need to start fishing up some blackmouth. Oily blackmouth, so we can make this oil, and then we could do a little bit more with our alchemy today. This might be the highest level that I've ever been while doing the Wetlands run. Typically we do this around level 16, level 17. And then when we played as the Hunter, we were a Night Elf, so we had to come through here to get over to Eastern Kingdoms anyway, so we already had all the flight points. The ultimate goal is to get out to Southshore today and do a little bit of questing in Southshore, and hopefully we can do some more Scarlet Monastery. Last time we did some 3-man runs. I would be down to do 3-man runs. I wouldn't mind just doing some full group runs if there are people available. The problem has been we really haven't found a lot of people to do dungeons with, so... Yeah, we can do some more today if Mitosh comes on. And we could do 3-mans, but we could just find people. If there are people in the queue, I say we bring them along. You know, if there's nobody in the queue, then we just go. And then if we bring more people, we just see like how big can we make the pulls. Like we can have a different form of challenge besides 3-manning it. We can just try to do bigger pulls. Yeah, if we can't find anybody, then we'll just do them. Absolutely. Yeah, if we got one more decent AoE class, then we could probably do a lot. If we had like a Shadow Priest with Mind Seer, or even a Warlock with whatever rune it is that makes their Shadow Bolt hit multiple targets. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a Warlock or a Shadow Priest. Then we could do some really massive AoE. Philip, that's awesome, man. You were finally able to make alliance on Crusader Strike. That's great. See, yeah, it's intermittent. I don't know if sometimes it helps to try to do it in the middle of the wee hours of the morning. I don't know if maybe that helps sometimes too, like, because it also depends just on like the current population as it stands. But it can be tricky. We tried to play on Lone Wolf when SOD first launched, and Lone Wolf was a PvP server. And we played there for a while, and people had the same problem. Like, after a while, people were having trouble getting onto the server to make characters on our faction. It's for PvP balance, but it ends up being a big inconvenience. Sometimes. I think once you have a character of the faction made, I don't think it stops you after that. I think it can only stop you... Oh, wrong way. When you're first trying to get onto the server. I could be wrong, but I think that like once you make an alliance character on that server, then you should be good. I don't think it can stop you from making more characters. It's just initially getting your foot in the door is where it stops you. Ooh, there's a lot of herbs here, but there's a lot of gnolls. I could probably kill all these gnolls. We could probably kill all these gnolls. This is seeming like the more I'm into this, the worse of an idea it seems. Okay. Yeah, that was a little sloppy and I wasn't quite ready. And I forgot that we took off our Frost Orb and we put Arcane Barrage on. We've been working with that. But we still got them all. Lots of herbs. I don't know if I've ever seen two herbs hanging out so close together before. This must be a sod thing. Yeah, Philip, that's weird. That's not how I thought it worked. Very interesting. Ooh, see, here we go. Requires 150. Life Root requires 150. We are not close to 150. Oh, I take that back. We are close to being capped out. Actually, we are way too close to being capped out. We are very close to 150. I could probably get in there, but we need to make some food and water. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get to Menethil. We are going to do a little bit of fishing. And then we're probably going to head back to Ironforge for a second. I want to train the next rank of Herbalism. Assuming we can do that there. I'm assuming we can train up to 225 anywhere. That way we won't cap out. It's probably also time to train Alchemy. So yeah, and then, after that, then we'll make the run through Arathi Highlands. And, you know, eventually we'll make our way into Southshore. It's going to be a slower start to the morning, a little bit of profession focus early on. Hopefully we'll get into some more action in dungeons later in the day. Balance things out. For some reason, I mainly like doing professions at the start of the stream. I mean, we'll stop throughout, but for me it's always easier and feels more natural to do it at the beginning. We are not going to do any questing out of here, so I'm going to ignore all of the quest. Oh, look at that, there's Herbalism trainer right here. It's too bad there's not an alchemy trainer here as well. Then I might be able to put off going to Ironforge. Maybe I don't have to level my alchemy right now. Maybe I can wait. Nope, wrong house.
What brings you here?
Let's see, because like we can't, well, we can do a little bit with alchemy. We can do a little bit, but maybe it's just worth waiting till the next time we're naturally in town. Let's do some fishing and I'll think about whether I want to go back to town right now or just do the run to Arathi. Justin, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Karen, good evening to you and welcome. Yeah, we started a little bit earlier today. Yeah, it's been a weird day. I didn't have time for my workout before stream, so I decided just to start the stream early, and that way I can just do the workout after. Just weird today. I'd like to start a little bit earlier all the time, but I often don't give myself the time to do it. Because I'm a chronic oversleeper.
Go with honor, friend.
Maybe I should run the coast. Maybe I should run the coast looking for the schools of fish. Because I really need oily blackmouth. Maybe I really just need to be fishing in Southshore. Does anybody know what level I need to be to fish in Southshore? I know that right along the coast I can find oily blackmouth in the schools of fish. And I know there's going to be lots and lots of schools of fish right where the murlocs are at. So I'm kind of wondering if just doing this in Southshore is better, but I'm not sure if I can fish there yet. Right now, with a nightcrawler, my fishing is quite high, actually. Between the fishing rod and the nightcrawler, I'm at like 160. So I bet we could. I bet we could just fish in Southshore. Let me make sure I've grabbed the flight point here. And maybe we just do it that way. I guess I can see like what I would fish up normally here. We can do a couple of casts. And we'll just see like what we're actually fishing up. I don't think I can use any of it for cooking right now. No, we don't have any current fish recipes for cooking. Let's just see what we get. John Rex, welcome to the stream, buddy. You couldn't believe it when you saw my retail video? I mean, it can't be that hard to believe. I've done retail series in the past, and I've played lots of retail. I wasn't sure if now was the time to get back into things or not, but I wanted to see. And I've been kind of anxious to get my EU account going, because my EU account has nothing. And I'm trying to transition all of my gameplay over to the EU servers, because it works a lot better for my time, my schedule. So yeah, I've been kind of anxious to get that account, like, started. Kind of the same thing with Cataclysm. I've been a little bit anxious recently to get into Cata, get a character leveled up and ready for Mist. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm gonna put some more up, not today obviously, but probably over the weekend I'll put a few more up. Make some progress. Dive into the Warlock class a little bit more. I know I'm gonna like the class. So we'll have to see how the actual leveling goes. We're going to be leveling in Dragon Isles, so we'll see how that feels. What fish are we looking for? We're looking for oily black... Oh, there we go. We're looking for oily blackmouth. Yeah, which apparently we can catch here just randomly without fish schools. Although it does seem to be more of a rare find. The goal here is that we can make the blackmouth oil... And then we take the blackmouth oil, and then I can make some swim speed potions for skill ups. That's really the only real goal here. Let's turn the SFX up so I can actually hear the bobber. As a newbie, you went through the different starting zones of retail, like the allied, like racial zones. I didn't have that option on my account. When you're a brand new account, it just seems to funnel you right into Exile's Reach. Other people have also told me that they were a new account, but they had choices. I didn't, as you saw in the video. It just kind of funneled me right in, and I think for a brand new account that has nothing, that's what it does. If you have a retail account that has existed in the past and you have played retail in the past, like let's say you played BFA, let's say you played Legion, let's say you played Shadowlands. If you have an account where you've done that and you start up now, it's not going to look at you as a new account. You're going to have the options to go into the racial starting zones because you're not a brand new account. But if you are a brand new account, then it's supposed to funnel you to Exile's Reach and then Dragonflight, just like it's done for me so far. So, yeah. I think when people are like jumping into retail WoW and they're like, I'm fresh, but I have all these, I can make choices and I don't have to do Exile's Reach. I think it's because in the past they've played WoW. Their account has played WoW in the past, not in Dragonflight necessarily, but in a prior expansion. The problem with Exile's Reach is it's only really enjoyable one time. And then once you've done it once, like, it doesn't have the charm of the original starting zones, because there's too much narration, there's too much voice acting, there's too much, like, I will call it story. It's too much to be, like, fun to do again and again. So it's like you lose a lot of replayability if you don't have the option to jump into the racial starting areas. Like, part of the fun of WoW is like getting on, trying a bunch of different classes. And when you're trying a bunch of different classes, it helps to have different zones to level them in, so things are like kind of fresh. As opposed to taking each one through Exile's Reach for the same super scripted experience. It seems like mostly what I'm getting here is Rainbow Fin Albacore. I think we'll do more fishing once we get to Southshore, once we're doing the Murloc quest. Because there's like dozens and dozens of schools of fish we can fish at. We've got a couple of oily blackmouths. The Firefin Snappers, I'm not sure what the Firefin Snappers are for. I guess it's for alchemy, so we should hold on to these two. We don't need them yet, but apparently we're going to need them eventually. I always forget, like, in raids, I turn a bunch of settings down in raids. Because, like, for whatever reason, even in 2025, raids are still intensive when all the spell effects... And then I never remember to change the settings back. There we go. The vanilla starting zones were much more atmospheric, and the great thing about the vanilla starting zones is that they are all different. They all offered different flavors of the game. And so you might log in and roll up an orc and decide, yeah, Duratar, not really for me. But then you log in as a dwarf and you're like, whoa, Dunmoreau is where it's at. This is my vibe. And that was a big deal back in the day. You know, you had some races you really resonated with because of the stories in the zones, because of the atmosphere of the zones. And that was important to getting into the game. And it was also important for replayability and testing out classes at an early level, because you had variety in your gameplay. And now we've gone backwards. Now in 2025, if you're a brand new account, like, you get offered one starting experience and you have to level a character up a little bit before you unlock the other starting experiences. In Exile's Reach, they tried to cram, like, they put a few different types of biomes into Exile's Reach, but it's not the same as being in a zone that has a theme. Like, being in a big area that has its own theme, its own questing. They really need to make sure that the new player experience should be the old starting zones. Or maybe they could just remake them and kind of make them with a more classic vibe, less of the Cataclysm stuff, like gut all the Cataclysm stuff, and just remake them in their classic state. Just put the classic quest back into the starting zones and have players start there. That will give you a better feel for World of Warcraft than playing through the story of Exile's Reach. Playing through the story of Exile's Reach, unfortunately, it seems like you're firing up a kid's Saturday morning cartoon. That's what the vibe is like as for a new player turning on World of Warcraft for the first time on a brand new account, with the story stuff and the characters and the clunky looking character model cutscenes. Exile's Reach feels like you're firing up, like, World of Cartoon Craft on a Saturday morning kids cartoon block. And I don't know. That's not how I want people to see World of Warcraft when they play for the first time. You know, I would much rather people see the original starting zones and what WoW is actually like, because it's not Exile's Reach. As pretty as the zone looks, like the storytelling, the voice acting, like the characterizations are just very, very cartoony. Yeah, the varied starting zones was something that really set WoW apart for a long time, because Dustin, you're right, a lot of MMOs they'd offer 1 or 2 starting areas, you know. Sometimes you'd have 2 factions in an MMO and you'd have a starting area per faction, but a lot of times you just all started in the same area. You know, because obviously it's a lot more development work to have a bunch of different starting zones. So yeah, for the longest time that set WoW apart. Like, look at all the different starting zones and the different paths you can take to level. Very open world, very organic feeling, very immersive. And a lot of games didn't do that. So like the one starting zone to rule them all because it's the prettiest starting zone we have, like that philosophy is not good for the game or for players. Because they are missing out. Stranglethorn Vale for the oily blackmouths, so the drop rate might be better there. We will be heading into Stranglethorn Vale, but I want to do some Southshore first, just to make sure we get some quests done there. And it'll put us closer to Scarlet Monastery if we want to do some more Scarlet Monastery today, which I do. Alright, I think at this point I do want to make the run, so we'll do more fishing once we're questing out that way. Put our staff back on. And we got the flight point, right? Did I really? I didn't get the flight point. Oh my god, I'm so glad I double checked. Whew, that was a close one. That was a close one. What about first aid? Let's pop into the inn here, actually. There's a first aid trainer at this inn, which is pretty convenient. They must be upstairs. There we go. Heavy wool bandage. Let's do some of this. Oh, he can't teach us the next rank though. Do I need a book for the next rank to get me to 225? Is that what it is? I can just buy it off the auction house. I could probably just buy it off the auction house. Yeah, there should be some schools. There should be a bunch of schools in Southshore, right along the coast where all the Murlocs are at. I remember this from the Paladin. I think I was the... or maybe it was some other character. I remember fishing there a lot on somebody. John, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry, YouTube failed at notifying you. I changed the time, and so that might have had something to do with it. It was originally scheduled for noon, and my schedule just kind of dictated that I start earlier today. In reality, I would always like to start around 11 my time, but I often do not get out of bed early enough to have that work out. So yeah, it's probably my fault today. But YouTube is notoriously bad at firing off those notifications. Do we need to do the triage quest for the next rank? I think the triage quest is later on for like heavy mage weave. I think the first thing we do is we buy a book. Either from... we can either go to the Arathi Highlands and go into Stromgarde and buy it, or I can just get one off the auction house, because people always put them on the auction house. Martin, good day to you. Welcome to the stream. Maybe we will go back to Ironforge, and I can train Alchemy, and I can grab a first aid book. Yeah, but then I have to go into Stromgarde. I guess I can go into Stromgarde. There shouldn't be anything stopping me. Because I don't even think I have to deal with the elites. And even if I have to deal with the elites, I probably could. Alright, we'll try to do it the old-fashioned way. I won't go back to Ironforge right now. I won't buy the book on the auction house. We'll try to actually buy the book the old-fashioned way. Oh, apparently, oh yeah, that's right. Mitosh hooked me up with the expert fishing book, I think. So I have the fishing book, which is awesome. But we don't have the first aid. Yeah, there are no mobs on the way to the NPC. I always forget that. For some reason, I always think that we have to fight through the elites to do it, but we don't. I'm gonna take like a straight line here and just try to shave off as much travel time as we can. And we'll hope that I don't aggro a ton of mobs and spend half the time dazed. You tried the elite quest in SOD and they hit like trucks. Yeah, unfortunately, so many things start to hit very hard in like the 30s and 40s when you're out doing any kind of quest. But yeah, I can imagine the elites are worse. Life root we can't get. We're so close. So very close. That's like one of the few times we've come across an herb that we didn't have the skill to pick. You guys were trying to do it in a group and you couldn't get it done? Wow. I thought you were talking about soloing it. That must be really tough if a group couldn't take it out. Yeah, it's easy to forget how much they buffed the mobs inside. I think they gave everything a 30% damage buff and 30% more HP. I feel like that's what it was. They never talked about it much. It was something they mentioned like right when SOD was coming out that they were going to be boosting the power of all the mobs. But I feel like it's something that like people don't really think about when they're approaching content. I always notice it when a mob has a heal, and you know that like in classic era that heal would have healed like them basically back to full, and then in SOD it only heals them a little bit. That's like the biggest indicator. That's when I remember, oh yes, they gave them lots more HP to offset our character power. When those heals that I know used to heal for the entire health bar only heal for like a third of it. If I could find one more thing that's not life root, we could tag 150 and then I could go back and grab all this life root. But I don't know if that's going to happen. We're at 149 right now. I just literally need one more skill up. Maybe I can find... Isn't there like a graveyard over here? Maybe I can find some grave moss. Grave moss is good at this level. Here we go. Yeah. This should get us our skill up, and then I think I might circle back to grab some of that life root. If I can find it again. We'll just head in a southwesterly direction if we get this skill up. We didn't get it off of that. Grave moss. Grave moss, that's yellow. This should get it for sure. There we go. That's 150. Well, let's head back this way. Now, see, the crappy thing is we're capped out. Because are we capped out? Yeah, oh, we're not. That's right. We had the trainer. I completely forgot we got that trainer back in town. So we're not capped out. We're good. And I don't even know if we need the life root yet. Doesn't look like it. John, you just hit 60 in Sod. You need to figure out how to gear up. Start, you want to do Scholomance in Stratholme. Basically, you can farm Scholomance, Stratholme. You want to do like Blackrock Depths, Lower Blackrock Spire, Upper Blackrock Spire. All of that stuff, like not only will you get some gear, obviously, you're going to be collecting these coins. And you're going to use the coins at a vendor in Booty Bay to buy like tier 1 pieces and tier 2 pieces. That's the TLDR. You're going to do all those level like 55 to 65 mans to start. You're going to farm up gear and a bunch of coins. Then you're going to take those coins to a vendor in Booty Bay and you're going to buy gear with those coins. Now the catch of it is like... You're going to buy some pieces of tier 1. They're going to come as tier tokens. So you're going to have these tokens, and you're not going to know how to turn the tokens into gear. You have to go just inside the Molten Core raid, and then that's where you trade in tier 1 tokens. When you're buying tier 2 stuff, then you step right inside of Blackwing Lair, and that's where you turn in those tokens. So like basically 5 mans, coins, purchase tier tokens, talk to the vendor in the raid, and turn the tier tokens into tier gear. That's how you begin. That's basically it. And then once you have like some tier 1 and some tier 2 off the vendors, just start looking for pugs. You look for like Molten Core pugs. Look for Blackwing Lair pugs. When you got a little bit more gear, you can look for ZG pugs. It is very retail feeling, and it's retail feeling, but like at least in retail they usually keep all the vendors like convenient, so there's like lots of currencies, but the vendors are all together, and so that's always good. In SOD, there's lots of currencies and tokens, but then you have to like find the guys to trade the tokens, and that was the hardest part. Is like understanding that like I have to go take my coins to Booty Bay. I buy my tier tokens in Booty Bay, then I have to take those tier tokens inside Molten Core and talk to a guy there to turn them into gear. That was like the most frustrating part for me, was the separation of the vendor who sells the thing and where I can actually get the thing I've paid for. It's been my only it's actually been my only big complaint so far, is how they handle their currencies and how they handle their gear vendors. Specifically having to do extra travel for the gear vendors is really annoying to me. Patrick, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. And then once you are ready to raid, if you're looking for pugs, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can... Oh, this doesn't... Yeah, well, it will, for you it would list more at 60, but yeah, you have like a looking for raid, like, listing where you can list yourself. Or just watch the spam and looking for group and try to get into a run. Eags, good day to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here. Nate, good afternoon to you. I don't know what the herbing situation is like in Hillsbrad. And by that I mean, I don't know if we're at level to herb the stuff there, so I'm kind of worried about out-leveling this, but if we get to a point where the herbs have out-leveled us, we'll come back here. Life Root seems to be a really good way to get skill ups right now. So if we do end up falling behind on Herbalism, we have to remember to come to the Wetlands. And we'll just run around the marshy area. Seems to be just a ton of Life Root. We could probably use that to get all the way up to like 170, 175 if we have to. Goldthorn. Am I going to be able to get this Goldthorn? Something tells me I'm about to be very sad. Yeah, 170. I knew it. I knew it. But Hillsbrad should be a little bit lower, right? Because on Horde side, you go to Hillsbrad at like level 24. So Hillsbrad should be a little bit lower as far as like what kinds of herbs are there. You know, I'm hoping at least. What gear set is this? I don't know if it's like a set. It's of the... This is just Elder's Padded Armor of the Eagle. It's, yeah, Elders... It's the Elders set, I guess. Elders, yeah. It is a set. Except the boots match just coincidentally. But the shoulders, chest, and legs are the Elder set. It is a really cool set. I love the tunic and trousers. I mean, I don't know if this is technically a tunic, but I do prefer this look over robes. Some robes are good, but overall, like, robes are just, they're not as interesting to me. We need to make sure we grab the flight point. There's a couple quests here that we could do that we probably will do before we go to Stranglethorn. I'm not going to grab them right now. I feel like a lot of the first half of today we're going to focus on professions. The professions are starting to get a little bit behind. And I really want this character to hit 60 with like everything in good shape to keep leveling it up. What I found is kind of important for Endgame is if you're going to play at Endgame, sometimes playing at Endgame means waiting around. You know, you're waiting around to find a group. You're waiting around for a 30-man raid to come together. So I want to have the professions to work on. I want to be able to go do the fishing. I want to be able to sell things on the auction house. I want to be able to do all that stuff. Because on the hunter, like, we kind of just like left things behind. And now sometimes on the hunter, if I'm waiting for groups, I don't really have anything I can do. Nothing super productive, at least. So yeah, I feel like characters need to have some professions. I feel like fishing is an easy one for time killing. It's going to be nice just to have fishing maxed out, so whenever we are bored, we can go fish. Maybe there will be lucrative fish that we can fish up at Endgame that we can sell for money. Who knows? We're going to go in here and grab the first aid book. For sure. Dustin, you want a chef transmog? I'm sure that retail has a chef transmog. There's got to be a chef transmog in retail. 100% guaranteed. There's got to be. We hit 33 by discovering Stromgard. That's absolutely wonderful. I love it. See, Justin has a chef's hat on his retail character, so there's gotta be a way. There's gotta be like an apron item or something. Some kind of apron. What about the bloody apron from SFK? I'm pretty sure one of the first bosses in SFK drops like a bloody apron. I don't know if it looks like a bloody apron, but that's what it's called. We have 2 unspent talent points because I am a bad person. We're gonna put them both into critical mass. Yeah, we'll put one into critical mass and we'll grab Blast Wave. This is gonna like shoot a blast of fire out from us, which, you know, that could be a lot of fun. Again, I don't really have buttons for this, but we're gonna try. Where do I want to put this? Yeah, I just have nowhere to put this. It's getting really hard to figure out what to do with my keybinds. Okay, goodbye, Frostward. It was nice knowing you. You will probably be forgotten about. We got some grave moss back here that I'm certainly going to go pick. Assuming I can get back into that area. It's a really cool little area. It's a shame these guys never have any quests to give Alliance players. I understand that the Horde probably come here to kill NPCs and stuff on the regular, but it would have been cool to have some questing to do here. This is our guy, right? Yes. So let's grab all this stuff. We got Expert First Aid, we got Heavy Silk, we have Mage Weave. Grab a couple more runes of teleportation while we're here. And that should be good. We gotta hit 180 for heavy silk. We can train regular silk. Not here with this guy, apparently. But yeah, regular silk has to be available somewhere. So I guess we're not doing any more first aid until we get that trained. We have silk, that's the good news. We have a little bit of a head start on the silk. I can just jump over this bridge to get out, right? Yes. Pretty sure we can... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Eventually we'll hop back over to Ironforge to get silk. I'm more worried about, you know, like fishing, herbalism. Those are the ones that I'm worried about, like, keeping them going. This one, oh, we can get King's Blood. Let's go grab the King's Blood. Talon, welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, I started early today. I changed the time, but I think when I change the time, I don't think it really updates people. Unless you happen to refresh the page to see that I've changed the time, I don't think anybody notices. My schedule just was off today, so it was just better for me to start early. And like I've been saying, I would love to start at 11 o'clock every day. It's just that often I don't give myself enough time to get everything done before the stream has to start. But we'll see. I'm trying to make some changes. It doesn't update. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't. Just like the people who check it out after I change the time, they see the time is updated. But if you've been sitting on the page or waiting for that alert, it's not going to update. Yeah, that's Thoradin's wall. I think at some point in history, this wall was erected to keep the trolls out. There was like armies of trolls trying to kill all the humans in the Arathi Highlands. So part of what they did was they built the wall to help keep them out. I bet the river with the turtles in it has a lot of schools of fish, doesn't it? Maybe we ignore the Murlocs for a bit. Maybe we do the Turtle Bisque quest, and we fish up and down the river while we kill turtles. Maybe that would be the way to go. I mean, we will do the Murloc questing too, but if we want to focus on leveling up our fishing, doing that around non-aggressive mobs is probably going to be smarter than trying to have our fishing rod on around a bunch of rapidly respawning Murlocs. Okay, luckily the herbing situation in Hillsbrad is a little bit softer than it was in Arathi. Brewsweed is green. You know what I keep forgetting about? Every time I think about going back to town, going back to the city, I keep forgetting that I can teleport. that I can set my hearth anywhere I want. So we can set our hearth here, and then I can just teleport to Ironforge. Hearth back, fly back. And I think I will bind my hearthstone here. There's no reason not to. Since I can teleport to Stormwind or Ironforge, there's no reason not to just bind myself here for now. It is the true joy of being a mage, absolutely. It was kind of the deciding factor
Need help?
in what I was going to roll for my AoE DPS.
Be careful. Light bless you.
I almost landed on Warlock, but I just needed the ease of traveling. After seeing how much of a pain travel is, even at max level, traveling is still a big pain. So yeah, with that in mind, it was an easy choice. I want to grab the Turtle quest. We'll grab the Murloc quest too. It's a little bit of a lower level, level 30. And let's bind our hearthstone here.
How are you?
There we go. Let's go check out the turtle situation first. I know there are lots of schools of fish by the Murlocs. I don't remember what the situation was like in the river. So let's go find out if this is going to be a good fishing area for us or not. Also, like, man, I need to clean up these action bars. This is the first character I've played where, like, I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space. I don't want to stack more bars down here, and it's kind of driving me insane. I need to get rid of some. I don't need this. Oh man, there's just, like, really nothing I can get rid of. I don't need the other food. I probably don't need that right now. I haven't used Slowfall a single time. Okay, I mean, that's a little bit better. It's just bad. I need to be able to switch back and forth between my weapon and my fishing rod. Although I guess it doesn't matter. I can probably still kill stuff just fine without my weapon, but that's 65 spell power that I'm just kind of leaving in my bags. Mitash, good evening, man. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Alright, we're on the lookout for schools of fish. Do I have a lure? I have lots of night crawlers. Yeah, I got 5 night crawlers. Jess, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Let's see, here we go. Let's take care of the cat. Talon, yeah, man. I read a whole article about that yesterday, and I think I'm still processing it. I don't even know if I can talk about it yet. I don't even know if I can talk about it yet. Because I don't know if I have all the facts, and I just feel like I'm probably still too emotional about it. I guess what I'll say, and maybe this is the only thing I'll say for now, if you have to have a rotation assist in your game that's not an add-on, it just has to be a part of your game. If you need to have a feature that will tell you what button to press next, or that will actually press the button for you, if you've decided that your players need this, what they really need are simplified rotations. Easier to understand specs and easier to understand rotations. That's what they really need. They don't need a button that will play the game for them. They need their specs and their rotations to make sense to normal human beings who want to play video games. I guess that's really all I would say. We can put the lure on. It's gonna wear off, but it's fine. Yeah, it is. I know. I see that they're trying to like make it so people don't need to use weak auras, but they're continuing to treat a symptom without addressing the problem. And the problem is that for a lot of players, the rotations are too demanding. The rotations are too demanding. And a lot of what it comes down to, and this isn't the whole problem, but in retail you have a lot of tiny cooldowns. And by that I mean abilities that are on cooldown anywhere between 5 seconds and 20 seconds. You have so many abilities that are on a cooldown between 5 seconds and 20 seconds that it gets basically impossible for the human brain just to keep track of all those things on its own. So instead of like a normal rotation where you just kind of know what you're going to do next and you press the buttons without looking, in retail WoW for the longest time, you either have to have your eyes glued to your hotbar and you're watching the countdowns on your cooldowns to know which one to hit next, or you're staring at weak auras in the center of your screen and that's telling you when stuff comes off a cooldown. And so the problem is just like specs, classes, rotations being over-designed with all of these micro cooldowns that you have to manage. They're creating a management problem that the only solution is an add-on or an in-game option, when like reality, just get rid of a bunch of those abilities. Stop stacking all of these small little cooldowns that you're expecting players to keep track of and go back to more basic, more understandable rotations. There we go. End of rant. End of rant. Simplify. I talked about it a lot last night, yeah. I'm sure I did. I'm sure talking about it last night helped me get through some of my emotions about it. So, Amy, I appreciate you tolerating that. Yeah, that's all I'll say about it. I think we all know. You know what I mean? This is not, like, surprising. We all know what the real solution is. We all know they're not going to implement the real solution. This is typical retail blizz. It just is what it is. Pretty soon you'll just have a game that can play itself. You can just turn on bot mode, and like autoplay games are not unheard of. There are like, I think there are like Eastern MMOs that literally have an autoplay where you turn the autoplay on and the character runs around and does stuff for you. It's like a bot. You just turn your character into a bot when you don't want to push the buttons. And so that's basically what they did. And to make sure that your WoW bot's not going to be quite as good as a good WoW player, they've increased the global cooldown on all the abilities. So while you're in Autobot mode, which is what we're calling it from now on, while you're in Autobot mode, your global cooldown is slightly increased. So even though your abilities are firing off without your input, you're going to be dealing less damage overall than a player who is playing efficiently without the Autobot. But you're still an Autobot. You can still just turn yourself into a bot. With one button press, it'll do the next ability in your rotation for you based on the circumstances, based on your spec and things like that. And you just move your character around and you push the one button. That's pretty much most of the way to bot. You feel bad for the add-on developers? They just lost what they worked on? I guess. But it's like, what they were doing, they were fixing a problem that was a development problem that never should have gotten to the point that it got to. The specs and rotations should never have gotten to the point where they're at, where we needed add-ons to feel like we could play efficiently. So like they were treating a problem that like honestly needs to be fixed, should have been fixed a long time ago. And we can't ignore development problems so that add-on developers continue to have work to do. They're gonna have to find like a different type of add-on to make, I guess. When is this happening? I'm not sure. I think the next minor patch, I think. Whenever the next minor patch drops is when this feature, I think, goes live. It might coincide with Horrific Visions actually being dropped, which was like the key part of the recent patch that just, it's not coming out for like another month though. I'm getting a lot of raw sagefish. I need to see if we can find a recipe to cook this. I know there is one. I just don't know where to buy it. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, Dante, I started early today. It threw a lot of people off. I tried to change the time, but to be fair, I changed the time like an hour before I was going to start, so it didn't give people a lot of leeway. We've been doing all profession stuff today. Like, in light of me changing the time, I've just been working on professions. We did a lot of traveling. We did the Wetlands run. We ran through Arathi. We basically just got here in Southshore and started fishing. It's like, this is the first stuff that we've actually done today. You can build the game for people that want to try hard without it necessitating that your ability rotation is overly complicated. That's the thing I never got. Like, you can absolutely make a game for tryhards and people who want to sweat it out. You do that with, like, difficulty. You do that with encounter design. You don't have to do that by making gameplay painful to the average player. You don't have to do it by making a gameplay that's so convoluted it takes multiple add-ons to execute a rotation properly. Like, you can make a game for sweaty gamers. There are lots of them that don't involve that level of complexity. So, you know, maybe one day they'll take it back to the drawing board, but I doubt it. All I'm really catching here are sagefish, when I really want to be catching oily blackmouth. Maybe we're just not really at a place where we can do that yet. Perkwitch, you think the recipe for the sagefish comes from the hinterlands? Okay. I don't know. That could be. We're not far from the hinterlands. We could pop our head in at some point and check. Here's a question. I guess I have to find out what level does my fishing need to be to fish in Stranglethorn. I need to make sure that when we hit Stranglethorn, we can still fish. So I need to at least get to that point. I have a feeling it's probably 150. Would I recommend SOD or retail for a newer returning player? I would almost always recommend some version of Classic before recommending retail to a new player especially, but also to a returning player. Unless the last thing you played was retail, and then like you quit like recently, right? Now you want to come back, then I'd say just go back to what you were doing. If you've been away for a while, then I would always recommend any version of Classic. Try out any version of Classic first. Try out every version of Classic first. And then if you don't resonate with any of those versions of Classic, then go try Retail. It's at least 150 fishing for Stranglethorn. Yeah, it must be, right? It must be. We're at 130, so we're actually doing pretty good. I think tentatively then our goal for today should be getting it to 150. If last time you played was Wrath, I would say come play Sod. Because even jumping into Cataclysm now, Cataclysm is even very different from Wrath. But you might like Cata. I'd say try Cata and Sod. If the last time you played was Wrath of the Lich King. Understanding that pretty soon here we're going to be going into Mist of Pandaria on the Cataclysm realm. So if you do fire up Cata, understand that Cataclysm right now is kind of at the end of its life cycle, and sometime in the spring or summer we're going to be moving from Cata into Mist of Pandaria. So that version of the game is going to have a high uptick in popularity within the next couple months. We'll have pre-patch, we'll have pandas, we'll have monks. And that version, currently the Cata version of the game is going to become Mist, and we'll see a big uptick in popularity soon. I gotta like get farther away. Sometimes getting the bobber into these is a challenge in and of itself. Knowing how much leeway I have. What's with the new stream/recorded content dynamic? I mean, for a couple years now, I've gone back and forth between like focusing on streams during parts of the year, focusing on recorded content in other parts of the year. I've been vacillating like this for a while, where sometimes it's an even spread, sometimes, you know, there's a heavier focus on one or the other. It's just kind of like how I have been. You know, we streamed for like a year and a half straight, and then I focused on recording for a while. Same thing when Cataclysm came out. I stepped away from streams and I did a recorded series on the Orc Hunter. Sometimes I want to focus on a bunch of recorded stuff. Sometimes I don't want to do recorded stuff at all, and all I want to do is hang out and play the game. It just kind of shifts and changes depending on what's going on. And what kind of content is fun right now. Right now I'm trying to do like some recording and still stream every day, but that's been hit or miss because of how much time I don't have. How much time I don't use wisely. Definitely a lot of schools of fish. And what I didn't realize is how long they stay up. How many times you can fish at them before they vanish. They actually stay up for a long time. We're also getting watertight trunks, which I'll have to remember to pop open at some point. Never gotten anything good out of those, but supposedly you can get some pretty decent items. Probably like a 1% chance to drop something decent. Yeah, we're absolutely gonna have to find this recipe because I think I'm sitting on a bunch of these now. We have we're starting on our second stack. Raw sagefish. Let me double check that it's in the Arathi, the hinterlands before we go anywhere to grab it. Smoked sagefish or sagefish delight. There's two different recipes. Smoked sagefish we can get basically anywhere. Ironforge, Hillsbrad, it says we can get it in Hillsbrad Foothills. Oh, if we want to go to the Horde Town, we can get it in Hillsbrad Foothills, but we're not going to go to the Horde Town. We can get it in Ironforge. And we can also get it in the hinterlands. And then there's Sagefish Delight. Sagefish Delight is 175. That requires raw greater sagefish. We haven't been fishing up any greater sagefish. Same thing here, we can get that recipe in Ironforge. So yeah, it looks like we will have an Ironforge trip in our near future. We're gonna teleport, because teleporting is awesome. Esme, happy Thursday to you, and welcome to the stream. And thanks for being here today. Am I gonna do more retail? Yes, eventually I will. Yep. Gotta start building up that EU account. Ooh, we can get life root here. That's awesome. Am I ready for Scarlet Monastery? I just started fishing. In a bit. In a bit. I want to do some more professions. I want to go to Ironforge. Soonish. Like, maybe within the next half hour I'll be ready to start something up. Mitash was around. I don't know if he's lurking. But yeah, we can. How's the endgame stuff going on the Hunter? Really good. We just did Nax for the second time full clear yesterday. So now we've cleared Nax twice. We have a bunch of tier gear. We need one more piece of Nax gear for our 4 set for tier 3. It's coming along pretty good. It is coming along pretty good. Like with the Hunter, we're going to do 2 days a week. Do 2 days a week at the end game, and the rest of our time is going to be spent getting this Mage leveled. Because eventually this Mage is probably going to become my main. If everything works out like I think it's going to, I think eventually this Mage will be my main. As far as anyone can have a main in Season of Discovery, I guess. Mostly pugs, but Mitash has been getting me into most of my groups. But most of the groups we've done have been pugs that we've been jumping into. Both of our Nax clears have been pugs. Just strangers. Complete strangers. Mitash, you're ready for some Scarlet Monastery too. I'll be ready soon. We're gonna do a little bit more of this. I'm gonna go back to Ironforge soon, take care of some stuff, and then I have to refill my coffee before we do anything serious. Yeah, I think if there are other people in the queue, we will bring other people. If there are no other people, then we can try to 3-man it or 4-man it, whatever we want to do. But if there are other humans who want to do the run, we can take them along. I'm thinking especially if we do like Armory and Cathedral today, which I don't even know if we can do Cathedral yet. I think I need to be a higher level to do Cathedral. But we should be able to do Graveyard, Library, and Armory. But we may need more people for Armory. Has it been a while since I played a mage? I mean, I've never played a sod mage before. And the last mage we played prior to this would have been the human mage on the Anniversary Realms. The one that started as a hardcore mage and then got killed. So it's been a little while, I guess. Dante, do I have any tips on how you can live alone? Well, enjoy it. That would be my biggest tip. Try to embrace the things about living alone that are good. That being said, it's been a long time since I've lived alone. It's been about 12 years. It's been a little while. But I enjoyed my time. Embrace the quiet. Embrace the quiet. Embrace the idea that when you live alone, there's no one around to have any expectations of your behavior. If you want to be a lazy slouch on any given day, there's going to be no one around to see that behavior or judge you. If you want to play WoW for 12 hours straight, in your underpants, no one cares. There's no one around to care. Primordial, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the stream. Kaushik, welcome. Good afternoon, good evening to you. Thanks for being here today. Am I gonna create a guild? No, no, no. Me and guild creation, those days have come to an end. My hunter's in Mitosh's guild, so I would much rather join an existing guild of gamers than to ever make a guild again. Nope. I don't want to make a guild. I don't want to lead a guild. I don't want a guild to be referencing me or the channel or anything like that. We went down that road once, and that road ended, and that's fine. Now, for me, it's always going to be better to just join an existing guild and just be a member of that guild. I have to go grab those herbs before somebody else does. There's a life root up there. You just started playing on this server? Level 8 Druid. Nice. I think Druid's a really good class in SOD. I always see Druids doing amazing DPS numbers. I think both Cat form and Moonkin are viable. Oh, also, if you live alone, don't get pets. Yeah, if you are living alone, some people live alone and I think that they think like, well, I live alone, I should have a pet. Don't have a pet, because having a pet's gonna screw up some of the only good stuff about living alone. Is that when you live alone, like, you're only responsible to yourself. If you bring a pet into that scenario, now you have a whole nother world of responsibility that's really gonna limit how you can live your life. Don't fall into the mistake of like living alone and then thinking, I'm gonna get a dog. Your life is over now. Congratulations. You want to leave the house for more than 9 hours at a time? Can't do it. You gotta go home and let the dog out. You gotta feed dog. Want to stay at a friend's house overnight? Can't do it. You got dog. You gotta get home to dog. Don't get an animal. Don't get an animal of any kind. No, they don't. They don't rule, and don't allow yourself to think that that's going to be a salve for your loneliness. Embrace your loneliness and understand that just because you are alone doesn't mean that you have to feel lonely or that that's a bad thing. Just, you're not trying to solve a problem of loneliness, you're trying to embrace the quiet. And you can't embrace the quiet and live a quiet life when you have a house pet. A house pet will destroy your quiet life. It will at least take over and hijack your quiet life until you're actually living a life where you are the caretaker of the animal and no longer the human being that you once were. Just my opinion, though. Just my opinion on pets. As someone who has tried for my whole life to love pets, and I've tried to really enjoy them, and it just has proven to be impossible. I think to really enjoy pets, I don't know, you have to have a certain personality, and I just don't have it. And I think a lot of people find out the hard way that they don't really have that kind of personality either. And then you're stuck with a pet. Taylor, exactly. Yeah, Taylor's got it. Enjoy your time alone, because your life might not always be so alone. So enjoy it while it lasts, and try to assess honestly if that is a lifestyle that suits you. And try not to be swayed by how other people live their life, but try to give yourself like an honest assessment of the things you enjoy about living that lifestyle. All right, so we're at 142 fishing. I want to get to 150. Once I get to 150, then I'll head back to Ironforge, we'll do some stuff, and we'll get ready to do some Scarlet Monastery. But I do need to get these last 8 levels of fishing. Then we'll go to Ironforge, we'll buy the Sagefish recipe, we'll do some cooking. Maybe we'll also do some alchemy. And yeah, but step 1, let's get to 150. If we can get to 150 here. It's possible that we just stop getting skill ups, I guess. But I think we'll make it. JP, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. We haven't gotten any turtle meat. Now, to be fair, we haven't killed a ton of turtles, but we've killed a few, and they are just not dropping meat. Yeah, there's plenty of turtles to fight. I'm not really focused on it, thankfully. I'm mainly focused on getting our fishing leveled up, but I thought maybe we can get them both done, but we probably won't. We probably won't get this one done now. So I do want to do some Scarlet Monastery at some point. Watch out for the dragon. Yes, there is a dragon up here. Somewhere. We've seen him a couple of times. This quest is best approached with a bunch of rested XP. Whenever you have these really grindy quests where the drop rate's going to be really low, like having rested XP makes it feel a lot better. Are we doing SM with the trio? That's the plan. We're gonna try to invite some other people too, like anybody in the queue. I don't think we're not gonna force a three-man situation necessarily. But if there aren't any takers, then we'll do it three-man. But I'd love to bring other humans if they are available. At least one other human, I feel like a four-man situation would be perfect. Leah, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Oh my god, our inventory's full. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good indication. I guess we can just run back. I would really like to get those last couple of points in fishing. 145. Yeah, I'd love to cap it out at 150. We can actually apply this cookbook now. That'll open up some space. Oh yeah, we can pop the thick-shelled clams. We just gotta pop all of our clams. And then we'll have a little bit of space. We'll have enough space to stay out and maybe get the last couple of fishing nodes. There we go. Let's pop these open. We're getting tangy clam meat now. I think we need the tangy stuff. Maybe. Yeah, here we go. Goblin deviled clams, tangy clam meat, and hot spices. So we can make a bunch of those probably. Yeah, both the clams and the turtle meat can be used for cooking, absolutely. We need the turtle meat for a quest first, but then after that we'll have a recipe. And then any additional turtle meat we can cook. Yeah, CNET, I heard about it. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream. Yep. I'll probably talk about it more eventually, but I think for now I've said basically everything I'm going to say about it. It's just the TLDR is, it's unfortunate that rotations are so complicated that they feel like they need to do this. It's a shame that the solution isn't to make the classes and the specs a little bit more simple and a little bit more easy to understand and execute. Because that would be my ideal solution, would just be make the specs easier to execute. Get rid of a lot of the 10-second cooldowns, the 8-second cooldowns, the 5-second cooldowns, the 20, all these like micro cooldowns that create a situation where you need something external to track those cooldowns for you. Like, get rid of all those cooldowns and just change the way gameplay is to bring it back more into like a classical style of gameplay where people can just execute on their rotations. But yeah, one button, pretty soon you'll just be an Autobot. Pretty nice pants. Stamina, intellect, and spirits. What do we have on currently? Intellect and spirit. Yeah, I think what we have on is better, but that's a pretty good green drop. Doesn't really match with the rest of our outfit, though. Lots of greens dropping. Lots of green pants. Wayne, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. We are, in fact, in Hillsbrad. GM's Adventures, good afternoon to you. Welcome, welcome. We need to go grab the Briar Thorn over here. The trail of fire is not what causes the explosions. It's living bomb that does the explosions. So living bomb puts a damage over time, and then when the damage over time ends, they explode, dealing damage to all the enemies around them. The living flame is also an AoE, but it puts that patch of flame on the ground, and then anybody standing in that patch of flame is going to take damage. I don't see any way to get up to this herb. Which usually doesn't happen. So there's got to be some way to get up there. Nope. That's not it. Oh, somebody got up there because somebody was able to grab the herb. That's awesome. I'm glad I spent the last 3 minutes messing around with this. But now they're gonna grab that herb too. Mother effer. Just taking all of my herbs. Right out from in front of me, chat. Right out from in front of me. Very aggravating. I should have tagged it, yeah. I don't have my tag macros up. Should have tagged it. You don't run up to that herb, you drop down? I don't get it. Oh well, I couldn't find it. It's pretty typical. Alright, we're 147 for the fishing. That should be pretty good. With the pole that we have and the night crawlers, we get a little bit of a boost. So even if we were to go into Stranglethorn right now, I'm pretty sure we would be able to fish in Stranglethorn as long as we had some night crawlers to boost us past 150. So I think we're good on this for now. I'd like to get the last 2 turtle meat and just be able to turn that one in and not have to worry about it anymore. That would be ideal. So we're going to try to do that before I teleport back to Ironforge. Really like to wrap this one up. Some pretty decent green boots to pull out of a random waterlogged chest. They're not good for us, but could have been good for somebody. They already named a whole town after me, so it's okay. I'm good. I'm happy with Ramblesville. Rambleshire. Was it Ramblesville or Rambleshire? It was Rambleshire. I'm happy with Rambleshire. Was it a food? It's food and coffee. Yeah, my wife's amazing. I'm about to take a break anyway, but she's still amazing. I'm gonna take the food and coffee upstairs and enjoy them.
Good day to you.
I'm not gonna grab any other quests. Let's grab the soothing spices and we can turn this turtle one in. And if we want to, we could probably cook a bunch of these deviled clams.
Good day to you.
We need soothing spices for the quest. I have way too many herbs in my inventory. I'm gonna have to do some herbalism in Ironforge, and then we're probably gonna have to dump a bunch of the herbs that we're not using right now
Have a good
into the bank. Things like Earthroot I don't really need anymore, but I think basically everything else we need. These gloves are an upgrade, not really sure where they came from, but they are certainly an upgrade. Pants can go. We gotta open all these trunks.
Hello. See you later.
Check him for the fish recipe. He might have it.
I supply only the finest goods.
He does. He has them. Awesome. Good call out.
Safe travels.
Of course. It's a great recipe. At least we have it now. And then we have the higher level one for later on. But yeah, that one in particular was gray. Let's
Need something?
sell some of that.
See you later.
Let's go turn in the turtle meat quest. Rip Sagefish. Oh man, we had so many of them too. I thought we were going to be able to get a bunch of skill ups, but it was an older recipe. It's a shame.
Have a good one.
Soothing Turtle Bisque also requires 175. So we're not quite there on that one either. Alchemy stuff. We need leaded vials. And then we could probably make a bunch of strong Troll's Blood potion. We can make some of these. We could probably crank on some elixirs of wisdom, just get a few more skill ups out of that. Yeah, I think that might be good. Although maybe the skill ups would be better from the healing pots. We're consistently getting skill ups. I feel like it's fine.
Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
Amy, good afternoon and welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. I've got to watch and make sure we don't cap out here. There we go. That is 150. We got 150 cooking, 150 alchemy, 165 here. Alright, let's go ahead and we're going to teleport to Ironforge. Mitosh, that's okay, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, we ran into raid time. I'm gonna take a break and then I'm gonna come back and then we might queue up for some stuff. We'll see. Be back in like maybe like 7 or 10 minutes. I need to eat, drink my coffee, stuff like that. I will be back. Alright. We are back. CNET, do you want to jump in the queue? If you want to toss me an invite, we can queue up and see if we can find a healer. And yeah, we'll just see what happens. Let's head over to Alchemy Trainer. And I think that's all we need. Alchemy. Oh yeah, first aid. We need to visit the first aid person. CNET, if you want to queue up, you can invite me. We can jump in the queue if you want to, if you have time. If not, I'll just solo queue. No big deal.
Hello. See you soon.
I think we're gonna have to run by the bank and stash some stuff. King's Blood, I probably should stash. Swift Thistle, I'll probably stash. We've got too many elixirs of wisdom that I can't use. I need to sell this stuff. Yeah, we have to clean up our inventory. The linen I can probably just sell. We don't need linen anymore. We don't really need wool anymore. Thomas, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think so. I think if we can just do Graveyard, Library, Armory and see how that goes. It might be hard to find people to stick through all of that stuff, so yeah, maybe just start looking for Graveyard and Library, and then we'll just fill people from there if we have to do some filling. There we go, so now we can make heavy silk. Heavy silk restores 640 damage over 8 seconds, which is not bad seeing as how we only have 1057 HP. So that one we'll actually use that. Alright, so that's alchemy leveled as much as we can right now. If we had Briarthorn, I mean, we could do a lot more. Maybe I should go check out the price of Briarthorn stacks on the auction house before we head over to the alchemy trainer. Well, we might want to start heading towards the dungeon. Although we do have a Warlock. But the Warlock is in Stormwind City. So might not be super convenient for getting a summon. We'll see how that works out. I guess it depends on where he has his hearth set. So it could work out, but not very likely. One gold a stack is really good. I'm gonna buy a few stacks. We'll start with 2 stacks. 2 stacks might be all we really need. Where am I supposed to learn the next rank of alchemy? How do I get my alchemy from 150 to 225? Why can't the alchemy trainer do it? What am I missing here? Artisan. They don't have an artisan trainer here. Why don't they have an artisan trainer in Ironforge? That's really weird. Okay, well that's not going to help us. I guess we won't be doing any more alchemy anytime soon, which is a bummer because I just bought all that Briarthorn. If I go to Stormwind, will I be able to train it? Because I could just teleport to Stormwind really fast. I don't have the Darnassus teleport yet. I have not been to Darnassus, unfortunately. But so it probably is Darnassus. Because that's the one I don't have. I can't go there yet. Let's see. I'm only seeing expert. Yep. It's gotta be Darnassus. Well, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. So, there's that. In light of that, I guess I'm gonna go stash all of my alchemy mats in the bank. Yep. I'm gonna go put everything in the bank, because I'm carrying a ton of stuff, and apparently we're not gonna be using it anytime soon. But we have lots of skill ups waiting for us. Whenever we're able to get skill ups, We have lots of skill ups waiting for us. You know what? I don't even think I have any extra bags. Yeah, I don't have any bags. So let's just store whatever we can. And that's it. My bank is full. I could probably take this stuff and sell it. Actually, let's grab these. I'll just vendor them. What else? Life roots. I think that's it. Life root. Alright, good enough. Let's go vendor, like, basically everything else. At least it's not like enchanting where you have to go to a dungeon to level it up. That is dumb. Yeah, I would not be very fond of that at all. I didn't know that.
Hi.
Are we still waiting on heals? Yes, we are. Oh, there are no healers playing this game. I don't know why. I guess healing is maybe boring or hard, or both. Blitzen Jr., good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. 300 alchemy requires going into Scholomance. That's okay. If that's true, that's fine, because we'll be doing a lot of Scholomance anyway. I don't know if they changed it or not, but we will definitely be in Scholomance. Over and over and over again. Yeah, why heal when you can have explosions? Exactly, that's kind of how I feel. But I'm starting to think, like, you know, we're having a hard time finding healers. If Mitosh can't heal for us, it's like healers don't exist. It's not really a great state of affairs. What else can we do? There's not really a lot else we can do in town, I don't think. Since we can't level up alchemy right now, that's stalled out. Everything else is pretty decent. Let's head back to... You know what? Let's hold up a second. Let's just double check. Yeah, we got some abilities to learn. We don't really need any of these. The only one that's a nice to have, I guess, would be Conjure Food rank 4. Let's go for it so we can get Conjure Food rank 4. That way we don't have to keep eating the old food. Okay, now we are good to get out of here. So let's go ahead. We'll go back to Southshore. We can go kill some Murlocs. Work on a little bit of questing and see if we're going to find a healer or not. Blitzen, I think the answer is 3.147926538. I think that's the answer that you're looking for. Yeah, I know. Hey, you can only do so much, CNET. All you can do is put us out there. You know, it's not on you if we can't find heals. I personally, I blame Mitosh. Because, you know, he just had to go raid. Just had to go raid with his friends. So, you know, we'll just blame him. Syndicate Assassins, okay. Yeah, we might as well just take a few of these quests. I should mage heal. I don't understand the first thing about mage healing, otherwise I might try it. I really don't comprehend what I'm supposed to do to mage heal.
You need something?
And and also I don't think I'm the right spec. But even if I were to put on the healing runes,
Well met.
I don't think I would be able to keep us alive necessarily. Blitzen, nobody here can help you with that stuff, man. There's nobody who can help with those things. You do need someone to talk to about those thoughts, but it's probably not here. I'll stay DPS. Yeah, I should probably stay DPS. I've thought about healing recently. Not really a lot in Sod. I've kind of tossed around the idea of maybe healing in Mista Pandaria on a monk, but
Be careful.
I don't know if I'm ready to jump into mage healing. It sounds cool because it sounds like you can like do a little bit of damage still, so you do some damage, but you're also healing the group. I just am not sure of the mechanics of it. You have to hit the party members with a certain ability, and if they have that ability on them, then some of the arcane damage you deal heals them.
Hello.
Something like that.
See you around.
Sure, yeah, CNET, that's awesome. We can wait. Yeah. We can wait. I got stuff to do, so. We can go kill Murlocs for a bit. Our Warlock really just ended up all over the place. Where is the Warlock? I swear to gosh, this Warlock was in Stormwind. They were in Stormwind, and now they're in Loch Modan. What's this? We might have to kick the Warlock eventually. Wait, we might have to kick this Warlock, because now I don't even care that he can't summon me, but he doesn't even seem to be on the way to the dungeon. What's he doing in Loch Modan? Maybe that's as close as he could get. Maybe he has to make the run from the lock through Wetlands. That's all I can think. We'll give him some time, I guess, but he's running, yeah. He is running. He's running from very far away. If that's the case, I'm not going to start running until I see him enter Hillsbrad. Once the Warlock enters Hillsbrad, then we'll start running. It's as close as he can get. And like, the weird thing is he's had a little bit of time to start this process. We've been hanging out for a while with him. It's like he didn't really start moving until just like a minute ago. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel like he could have made better time is what I'm saying. I feel like if he had been trying, he could have been further along. Let's see, what can we do here? Let's do this. Do one of these. Man, when we get hit though, we just take a lot of damage. So much damage when we get hit. I don't know if if we have a Warlock and he can't summon me, that's okay. But if we have a Warlock and they've been in the group the whole time and they're the last person to the dungeon, I'm not pleased about that. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of a thing about warlocks. You know, warlocks are the reason that we don't have active summoning stones. If it weren't for warlocks having that role in groups, you know, Blizzard could turn on summoning stones. But, you know, warlocks want to keep that specialty. Warlocks want to be the summoners. They want to have that be special about their class. So we don't have summoning stones. So yeah, I feel like in that case, if you choose to play a warlock, it should kind of be with the understanding, like, you got to get there in time to summon somebody. You can't be the last person to the dungeon or raid. You don't have to be the first. I'd like it if you were the first. You don't have to be the first. You just can't be last. Because when a warlock is last, I just get angry that we can't have the summoning stones turned on. That's all. James, if you want to enjoy the leveling experience at all, or get any kind of immersion or joy out of the leveling experience, you do want to play some form of classic. Absolutely. I would say, you know, just try. You can play Classic Era Classic. You could play Season of Discovery Classic, which is really fun. Or you could play Cataclysm. But I would say, of all those, I would say, like, try out Season of Discovery, because the leveling isn't super slow. But it still takes, like, 50 hours to get a character to max level. So you have a nice 50 or 60 hour journey, depending on if you want to do professions along the way. The class changes in SOD are all amazing. So many fun specs to play. So many new specs to learn if you're familiar with classic era specs. And yeah, and then you have a nice 50 or 60 hour leveling journey, and then you have very accessible endgame. Lots of pugs going out for stuff. A great gearing system that makes it so even if people have a lot of gear, they still want to run older content. And that lets new level 60s experience that content. So yeah, SOD is in a really good place right now. If you're looking for some flavor of WoW that has a leveling journey that still feels good. Oh, did we lose? We lost the warlock. Okay, I will start heading to the dungeon. If we lost the warlock, I'll head there. I probably should have already been heading there, but I thought he was gonna do the run, and we were fine waiting for him. But I guess he didn't want to be the person we were waiting on. He must have sensed. I think he thought that we thought it was gonna take him too long to get there. Something like that. I don't know. Like, we were gonna wait, but I don't know if he just got self-conscious about how far he was. And then he just left the group. Something like that. I think he got self-conscious about how far away he was. And I think he realized that, like, what we had just been talking about, he's the warlock, so he shouldn't have been the last one on the way to the dungeon, so he backed out. Does SOD have quality of life changes like Dungeon Finder? Yeah, we have a Dungeon Finder. It's not an automated Dungeon Finder. It doesn't teleport you to the dungeon, but it does allow you to find groups. It allows you to list yourself for activities that you're interested in. It allows you to see others who have listed themselves for those activities. And it's a really easy way to form up groups in Classic. Yeah, no auto grouping, no auto teleporting to the dungeon. If you want that stuff, then you want to play Cataclysm Classic, which is going to become Mist of Pandaria Classic pretty soon. That's where you'll find like your heroic 5-mans, where you jump into the queue, it automatically puts you in a group, it teleports you to the run, you do the run, and then you teleport out. That's where you're going to find that stuff. He heard us talking smack. Maybe, yeah, maybe he's in the stream. The warlock was in the stream and he heard us talking smack about warlocks who are too slow to get to the dungeon. Possibly. I don't feel like we were being very scathing. We were just like pointing out that it is kind of the role of a warlock to maybe be there before some other people. We didn't say anything like personal or scathing, you know. Well, also keep in mind if you play on a classic era server, the new ones they just dropped, the anniversary realms, those ones are going to roll into TBC eventually. So yeah, if you start up a character on a vanilla era anniversary realm right now, sometime in autumn or possibly as late as winter, that's going to roll into TBC. So just something to be something to have on your mind. Like if you want to stay in classic era, then you want to make sure you're not on one of the anniversary realms. You just want to be on one of the older classic era realms. But if you like TBC and want to play TBC, that's coming. I'm really excited for TBC. I'm excited to finally get to raid in TBC. That is what I'm looking forward to most. But that being said, we still have a long wait. I'm kind of like on a break from Anniversary Realms until we're much closer to TBC. Once TBC has some dates, once we know like when there's a pre-patch, then I'll probably be more likely to care about what's going on in the Anniversary Realms. Yeah, it's the TBC waiting room. And then the other thing I'm like, you know, I've been on this journey to kind of move most of my gameplay, all of my gameplay over to EU servers. So that's another thing I've been thinking about. Because right now, my Anniversary Realm server, it's a US server. So yeah, there's that. And it's kind of the same thing, like I want to raid in TBC. And the only way I'm going to be able to raid is just like I'm raiding in Sada, I'm raiding in the middle of my day. I'm raiding when I can play WoW, which is right now. So if I'm going to raid in TBC, then I really, really need to be on the EU servers. Because that's the only way that I'm going to be able to raid. And that's my goal. So yeah, I have to think about all that. It's something. I kind of wish I'd have made this move to the EU realms a little while back when I almost pulled the trigger on making the move completely and then I didn't. But I really wish I had kind of done it earlier. Could have saved me some time. Summon incoming. Summon incoming. The TBC timeline shows spring of 26 now. I guess I haven't seen an updated roadmap. They said autumn or winter of 2025 when they announced the Anniversary Realms. That was what the roadmap originally showed, and that was what they said. So if it's spring of 26, that's later than they said it was going to be. Which fine. That's fine. That means I don't have to play anytime soon. Yeah, that's what that's autumn and winter is what they said. That was what they said when they announced it, when they put out the initial roadmap. The initial roadmap showed TBC in the autumn and fall of this year, 2025. there you go. I mean, if that's the case, that's absolutely fine with me. I guess I'm not in a rush for it to come out, but I'm also not going to play a bunch of Anniversary when we're a year away from TBC still. Like, I have no reason to play a bunch of Anniversary right now. That means we'll have a whole year, hopefully, with Mist of Pandaria before we even have to think about TBC, you know? That could be good. It would be nice if we can play Mist of Pandaria for at least a year before we have to move into Warlords of Draenor Classic. Whew. Okay. Let's get our heads on straight. I think we're starting with Graveyard. I think we're doing Graveyard, Library, Armory. But I think we're starting with Graveyard. I didn't really pay attention to what door we walked in. Alright, am I ready? Do I have my buffs? Do I have what I need? I think so. I think I'm good. Probably gonna need more water at some point. Probably not gonna mind having a mana agate to pop for a little boost. Alright, yep. Let's go. Oh, I just butchered it, guys. I just completely butchered it. What did I do? What did I do? I hate details so much. I really wish there was a better option than details. I used to like recount a lot. Recount was always good. Details is such a piece of garbage. I can't even tell what is happening. It's like I'm pulling tabs out from other tabs and like, oh my god. What a piece of crap. Ugh. Oh, this is the real boss fight. There we go. Okay. Now I can play the dungeon. It only takes about 3 minutes for us to drink all of our mana back. We don't get better water until 35. There's the neck piece that Mitosh needs on his mage. You know, but he's not here to loot it, so... I think they changed a lot of the loot in Scarlet Monastery, beyond just adding those epics to Graveyard. Did we lose somebody? No, we're all here. I guess the warrior could use the 5 stam on that neck piece. The 5 stam is all they could use, though. The Yak, good afternoon and welcome to the stream. Well, thanks for being here today. The mage is a lot of fun to push the buttons, but we run out of mana too quickly. I hope that eventually, like, maybe just from other buffs from other classes, maybe being in a raid will have more mana more of the time. Because, man, it's like, I gotta sit out, like, every other fight. Hate sitting out of fights. It's very bothersome. We need a way beyond evocate every 8 minutes to get some mana back.
Release the hounds!
The stuns are awful for a tank, yeah. There are stuns. I think there might also be disarms, although maybe that's not until Armory. The stuns are really bad. I remember it being so frustrating to try to tank this, because you felt like as a tank you spent most of the time just not able to do anything. You'll run in on 5 people, you'll get stunned, the DPS opens up and you just have no ability to get aggro back. Yep, yep. Alright, that is about as good as it gets for the mana. I have to drink 2 entire things of water to get all the mana back. It's like an entire minute of my character drinking. Well, that was fun. I think I made them very angry. we're doing really good damage until we go. But even considering how much time we're the damage is still really good. Considering that, like, for a lot of that fight, I really couldn't do a lot. And a lot of the damage I was doing was, like, living bomb. And then I'm oftentimes proccing free pyro blast when my living bomb goes off. So, you know, considering that, it's actually pretty good. Pretty good damage. Alright, this should be good, otherwise I have to drink a third thing of water.
Will not defile these mysteries. Burn, righteous fire.
And we got polymorphs. Galarak, thank you so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here today. Nothing is ever going to be as good as 65 spell power, guys. Might as well get used to it. I'm glad that I'm still a sheep. I have to be a sheep for the entire duration and for the loot. I often feel like a sheep during loot, so that makes sense. Well, that was fun. So now we go do Armory. We might be able to clear Armory. I make a cute sheep, though. I mean, thank you. What else can I say? We gotta work on our single target damage. Because whatever we were doing was not working. I think I should just have been using Arcane Barrage. I think casting any Frost Firebolt in that short of a fight was a mistake. Alright, this will be our first Armory clear on this character. We are off to a good start. Maybe we pull a little bit slower here than Graveyard and Library. Just at least until we figure out how we're going to do against these guys. I can't believe I have to drink this long to get my mana back. Is this really good XP? It's pretty decent XP when you can keep momentum going, yeah. But when you have an Mage, it's hard to keep momentum going, but yes, it can be good XP. They didn't like me after all those living bombs exploded. They did not like me at all. I made them very, very angry. And now you guys have to clean up my mess, because what I didn't do is I didn't kill any of them. I just pissed them all off, and now they're all angry and low health. Good luck, everybody. Sorry I couldn't stick around and help finish that one up. I would have loved to have been there for the rest of it. Is wanding any benefit? Not really. This ability right here, Arcane Barrage, is really low mana cost. So like what I'm doing instead is I'm just waiting for the mana to come back, and then I'm slapping this. It's instant cast, it's high damage on a single target, and it's 56 mana. And like waiting on this to come up is probably going to benefit me more than trying to wand. Like wanding isn't really worth it at this point. We made that look like it was a lot of fun. I guess I should have done that, and then maybe I could have blinked away. I don't know if there's anything I could have done there to survive. It was worth it. Yeah, they really didn't like me. Nothing you could have done there to hold threat. It was just like, obviously I put a living bomb on like everybody. Once they all started going off and they all started critting, it was bad. And I just kind of froze up. I should have fired off a Frost Nova or Bleed, but I saw all the mobs coming at me and I just froze. I knew I was in trouble. Alright, that should be good. Admittedly, though, that was a really large pull. You know what I mean? It was a really big pull. CNET, you got to the guys that disarm. Yep, I knew they were in here somewhere. Yeah, disarms and stuns. There's probably a more mana-efficient build I could be doing, you know what I mean? But obviously we're just kind of doing maximum damage. Maximum damage, maximum downtime. The yak, the last time you saw me here was the videos where I constantly looted the helm piece. Oh, I don't remember that at all. What character was that, man? Florilla, thanks for being here today. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. The last thing I remember about Scarlet Monastery Armory was never getting the weapon on my warrior. No matter how many times I tried to come in here and tank, we just never got the axe. That's what I recall as my last Scarlet Monastery Armory experience. It's kind of a sad one. Yeah, that's right. It kept dropping the helm or the shoulders. Yeah. Yep, and every time I called it, like, okay, the helmet's gonna drop again, and then it would drop again. That was a tough one. This guy's gonna be like level 38. We'll see if we can hit him with anything. Yeah, CNET, we can. Absolutely. Oh, this guy's level 40. Yeah, that explains why we're not really hitting him very much. At least someone was able to hit him. There we go, there's the shoulders. 6 strength, 15 stam. I'm surprised the axe didn't drop over and over and over again just to get at us, you know? Show us the axe on a character that we can't use it on. Yeah, if we want to run them all again really fast, we can do that. I'm down. Didn't take us very long to run all these. If this exact group wants to stick, that'd be even better. Because then we don't have any downtime. And make sure we reset. I wonder if I don't need to living bomb as many people. Maybe living bomb is where I'm blowing most of my mana. Because I try to put it on everybody, but it's 156 mana per cast. Definitely the most expensive thing that I'm doing. So maybe I just try to spread it around a little more. And not try to put it on everybody. Maybe that could help us with some of our mana issues. I have no water. I have no mana. I am in rough shape. Very rough shape. We are going to have to spend a minute or two drinking. You guys go ahead. I'll see you at the last boss. I'm gonna do some looking into the talent trees and stuff to see like if there's anything we can do for mana efficiency. Maybe there's even a rune we could use to help us with our mana. I don't know. Lael, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. I could try not using any spells, but that might be detrimental to my damage output. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm not sure if that's the direction we want to go in. Ultimately, that's what ends up happening, though. Ultimately, I run out of mana and I end up not casting spells. We have some mail gloves, 10 stamina, 32 attack power. That's cool. Very cool. I think this boss is the rare spawn, and so they took the rare spawn from Graveyard and they made him a 100% chance to show up. And then obviously they put some really good gear into Graveyard, like the epic we just saw. I guess to get over the stigma where like people be like, oh, graveyard's not worth running. So in SOD, they definitely made it worth coming in here and running it, for sure. Yeah, I didn't know about it till the other day. I didn't realize they had changed the loot in Graveyard and added the epic pieces and all that stuff. Very cool. Very cool to have good reasons to actually come and do Graveyard. A dungeon that I was ready to skip it. That was a good time to level up. Low on mana and being hit by elites. I'll take it. The stuns are awful. I got hit by one stun and it was really annoying. I can't imagine. What does the Rain of Fire spell? What's the Rain of Fire spell called? It's called Rain of Fire. Warlocks do that. Yeah, Warlocks have Rain of Fire. It's a base ability. Seeing that they're timing their stuns. It's probably just confirmation bias. But yeah, they're probably just spam stunning you so you wake up and get stunned again. It's a lot of fun to push the buttons on the mage. It really is a good time. I can already tell it's going to be fun in raids. Spread those living bombs around. I just need them to play nicer about standing in my living flame. I really need them just to like gather up in it. Yeah, like, basically just like that. Yeah, the more I can clump them up before I hit this, the better. It doesn't always work out that way, obviously, but when it does, it's nice. Oh, we've got a runner somewhere. We're still... Oh, there he is. So we're still stuck in combat. Alright, that's good. Let's go for it.
You will not defile these mysteries. Burn in righteous fire.
Very nice. I mean, the robes are almost worth taking just because of how cool they look, but I won't. They're not very good. Alright, let's get out of here. On to Armory. Hey, fashion matters. Yeah, looks matter. That item was really bad. Sometimes if an item is close, I will take the item that looks better and not the item with necessarily better stats, if they're close. In this case, they weren't really that close, I don't think. That's true. We can enchant to make up for some of the stats. If we really wanted to, we definitely could. Looks like we're gonna lose the Warlock, but he's willing to help us teleport somebody else to replace him. We could just 4-man it, yeah. Let's summon the. We should summon the stone. Just somebody might need it, you know. Like since he's willing to summon, well, or not. I was gonna say let's just help him summon the closet, but you know if we don't need it, we don't need it. It's fine. Oh no, that sounds awful, Amy. Well, I mean, swim club is really late, so we will see if he can make it to swim club at 7:50 at night. Maybe he'll understand why he shouldn't get up at 5 in the morning. If he's incredibly tired at swim club. Yeah, once a week he has swim club really late. His other classes are earlier, but swim club is on Thursday and it meets at like 7:50 and it goes for an hour. And he's only 9, so, you know, it's hard to do stuff that late at night sometimes when you're 9 years old. It's late for you at 30. It's late for me too. Yeah, at 41 it's also pretty late to be out doing stuff. Yeah, and he's still gonna have soccer practice early. Yep, he'll be dead tired by the time, you know, we're home. He'll probably be, like, way overtired. I'm getting tired just thinking about it. I may have misclicked. I did misclick. I misclicked. That was a big bad. It's the worst ability to tab the wrong target on, because then there's like a trail of fire leading to the guy. There's no way I could even deny that I did it. It's just a trail of fire on the ground leading right past the pack we're fighting, all the way back to the pack in the distance. Very, very embarrassing. Yeah, like, why is that fire still going? Oh, it's still going. Oh, it's going all the way to that guy. Yeah, there was no way I could pretend that didn't happen. There are definitely more abilities firing off in SOD than in Classic. Every class, every spec has a bunch more abilities. Not quite as bloated as retail, which needs an in-game feature to press buttons for you because the rotations have gotten so complicated that players just can't do them, and now they have basically an auto feature coming into WoW. So it's not that bad, but a lot more when compared to Classic. What kind of AoE is the hunter doing? He's doing explosive shot and explosive trap, and that's basically it. That's basically all of his damage. Explosive shot and explosive trap. Pretty good. Pretty good AoE for a hunter. It's too bad we couldn't do that kind of AoE on our melee hunter. Pretty sure this guy has resisted 90% of the spells we've casted him. And the rest of them he's been immune during. I'm glad the hunter can hit him. Otherwise that wouldn't have happened. There's the Berserker helmet. Very cool. Yeah, that's the last run for me too. CNET, thank you so much for tanking these, men. I really appreciate it. It has been a lot of fun and a lot of XP. And with that, I'm gonna hearth out of here. All right, guys, I'm going to stop right here for today. It has been an amazing time. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me. I'm having a blast on the Mage. It's going to be a ton of fun to get this thing to Endgame and to see some raid content with it. I really can't wait. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we're going to play more Mage tomorrow. I thought about doing Hunter stuff, but I think I want to get right back on the Mage, and I want to keep leveling tomorrow. So I hope to see you all then. Have a great rest of your afternoon or evening time, and as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.